Hello! It is I. It is the captain of the Big. I'm here. We're gonna see if we can finish up Ace Eternity. Ace audio skipping? You might want to do a quick refresh. But also, you know, I'm playing a lot of stuff at the same time. Stop that. There we go. Do a quick refresh and let me know if it's still doing that. Because if it is, then maybe I need to restart my stream. But yeah. It is the day of Ace Attorney. I made the promise that I would play the Ace Attorney today, no matter how much I want to play. I won't play Wilds. I still have time to change over. No, I made a promise. But yeah, we're gonna try, and I'm putting emphasis on this. We're going to try to finish up Ace Attorney today. Hey, Raph. I don't want you to tell me anything else. I don't want any other information. From the point that we are at, that we stopped at last time, how many hours do we approximately have left? I'd like to know. Like, am I looking at like a 10-hour stream? Am I looking at a 15-hour stream? How's this balancing out? About 8 hours? I can do that. I've talked for 8 hours before. I used to be on the phone all the time for my job. So yeah. We got this. I'm gonna need a lot of water today. Anyway, let's continue. If I'm remembering correctly, the last thing that happened was we went to the pawn shop to get back Sholmes' violin. Then we ran across Gina again, who was picking up a coat and trying to sell off a music disc. Then some guy came in who had been casing her, trying to get the music disc and the coat because it actually belongs to McGilded. And he got arrested, and that was it. I did do 11 yesterday, but I wasn't reading for 11 hours straight. I wasn't physically talking the entire time. Whereas with this, I will be reading a lot and therefore straining my throat. The boiled one, yeah. Like, there's a difference between just playing a game and talking occasionally while playing the game, and the point of the game is to read everything because they don't want to hire voice actors. Oh, that's right, he did. He ran off. That's right. I forgot. Yeah, he fucking fled. April 15th. Hey, Gina. See, that's why I hate grubs. All they do is feed you a pack of laws and take stuff away from you. Oh, really, Miss Lestrade? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm? Oh my, surely you were given that. Yeah, the deed let me keep it. If I look daggers at him for long enough. He went through his pockets and said, "Go on then, have it," before telling me to scrap us. He pulled a "hey look," and yeah, he said, "What's that over there?" and then ran. And the cops fell for it because they're Ace Attorney cops. Always pays off giving people a look like you ate them. I can't help feeling this is going to get you into some serious trouble one day. What I really want is a nice, shiny disc, mind. Oh, that. The music box disc. But Mr. Windybank said that it was practically worthless. I think I'm gonna have to go and have another bash. Give him a long, arch stare. I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Windybanks again today. Why not? That's not fair. It can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now, taking the statement from Mr. Windybank. That disc's mine! I had the ticket for this coat, and it was in the coat's pocket. And there should be something else and all. That's what the Rotten Cove said, ain't it? I love Gina's character development so much. She's good. I'm glad that she's sticking around. And I look forward to her in the next game. Yeah, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well, then, that's mine too. Whatever it is. Yeah, she's really pushing her luck. I'm sure she does. She feels like a really good character. Miss Lestrade, I think that you... yeah. I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for the day. Yeah, it's all your fault, Sholmes. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Eh? Iris would be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. Wait, why is Begay do crimes? Why is that there, but it's not on the chat? Wait, hold on. There we go. Fucking, why does it go to top chat? That doesn't make any sense. Shikumi really outdid himself with this cast? Yeah! Nota. Nota! Nauta! Sorry. Oh? Whoa, whatever, rowdy, why would I come around your place, eh? Have you lost your head or something? And she's gone. Begay do witchcraft. Begay do crimes and witchcraft. Both. Oh dear, she's gone. Having reviled me on quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guest at the dinner table this evening. You know, I've always wanted a second daughter. You know, I may as well adopt her just as I have Iris. More of a Begay do witchcraft kind of guy. I think, well, you can do both. Or you can do one. Both are options. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later, too. Sorry. I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Oh, how exciting! What is it? Tell me. Tell me what it is. I shall have to wait and see, Mr. Sato. Until later, then. It's extremely difficult for me to form any emotional attachment to fictional characters, but this cast actually got me. Yeah! I guess we're going home. Made it. Susie and Rono, come in, come in. Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Ba, ba, ba. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always? I am, and I am prepping everything for dinner this evening. Already? You've obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on, you'll never guess. Look at those little eyes, sure shining. She's adorable. Oh dear, it's awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny! Isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news. Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. She wants a big sister. I get attached to characters a lot, but this game was a whole new ballpark. That's Ace Attorney. Shut up. Don't say anything more. Stop it. Can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. Oh, yes, that does sound like fun. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruhodo? By the way, Iris, what's Sholmes up to? He's got his violin back. Really? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back. Hello, Mr. Sholmes? I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. I don't know how to respond to that. I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything. Yes, I see. What, did he just realize that his that his analysis scope thingy is gone, and therefore he doesn't have anything to play with for a while. I got possessed by Iris yesterday and spent 3 hours making a Neon Zeeks plushie. What? Really? He behaves like a child sometimes, Hurley does. Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Yeah, and they swap places a lot. Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it. I wonder where her real parents are. They're probably dead. What's the matter, Runo? You have ever such a funny look on your face. Oh, no, it's nothing. I know what it is! Why does this girl live here with Sholmes, you're wondering? Am I right? How are you? Aww. Runo, I can read you like a book. Ugh, this girl is dangerous. Don't worry, you can ask me anything. I won't mind. Do I have to look at the blackboard again first? Is that a thing I gotta do first? No, I already looked at it. Okay. Jenny. So by Jenny you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilda case 2 months ago, right? Yes. Who stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although after that trial, I invited her back and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh. And I chase her after her down the back alleys. Interesting idea of friendship. It's somebody's idea of friendship. And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I developed. Oh. There's so many beautiful colors in the world. Jenny wants me to make the whole rainbow. She's gay, Your Honor. Good for her. I suppose that means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? We just saw it, Ryu. Yes, that's right. I'd get bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now. Or Hurley. Iris holding her hostage. Yup. Oh, I can't wait for Jenny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited. I hope she does actually come. I could honestly see Gina swinging either way. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe she's bi. But she's a child. She still has time to figure herself out. I'm sure you've been wondering why it is that I live here with Hurley, haven't you? It has crossed my mind that, and where are your real parents? My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore. I knew they were dead. Mommy passed away when I was born. And around the same time, my father, well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of his cases he and Hurley were working on. Oh. Wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley? It is tying back, isn't it? Yes, Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysteries together. The Dr. Wilson who died in Japan is her dad, isn't he? Wasn't he? He's dead now. Yes, she didn't mention that before. He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the middle case over there. Chest. Really? He recorded them all? Iris has a fucked life, and she's just a baby. Yeah, 17 is still a kid. Trust me. I didn't really become a functioning adult until I was like maybe 26. Trust me. Just because you can be recognized as an adult doesn't mean that you are. So you mean it's true? Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases. Oh yes, I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father. Exactly. Hurley told me that I wasn't allowed to look in the chest. But that only made me want to look even more, so I opened it. And you found your father's memoirs. Yes, so I asked Hurley, who wrote these? And he nearly fell out of his chair. Honestly, don't consider someone to be an adult until 27. Right. Like, again, it's all about functionality, and until you understand how to function as an adult, you're not really an adult. And I'm not talking about becoming mature and letting go of like things that you enjoyed as a kid, but learning how to balance that kind of stuff with like being an adult and keeping responsibility and shit. So see, literally had to do a double take one time when a guy asked me if I worked at the store I was in, and it hit me that I was technically old enough to be a semi-functioning person. Yeah. But then he told me, and that's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father. So Iris's father was Mr. Sholm's partner. What was his name? I need to know if your dad is officially dead or not. I have practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So, it came as quite a shock when Hurley told me that he wasn't really my daddy, I mean. It must have done. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you at such a young age. Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh? To be fair, our generation tends to look older than we are. The current generation, yeah, a little, kinda, something about wanting to become mature more quickly than they should, kind of situation. Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say that he has ways of, that his ways have rubbed off on me. And there's some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying to me before they open their mouths sometimes. Right. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. Up and I are Gen Z. Oh, I could tell. Don't you worry, I knew. I'm a millennial. I can tell. I can sniff out Gen Z and Gen Alpha. All I gotta do is say something from like the 90s, and your reactions are enough to get me like, oh, yep, there it is. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, actually. Also, hi Clay, enjoy your lurk. Enjoy going below decks. I always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he solved the case, it all but vanished from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day, it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all of the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. It was quite a shock for everyone. You can say that again. You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. Fuck! He's dead. I do remember Beyblades. I remember watching the original fucking Beyblade anime. Oh, God, that takes me back. Beyblades came out around when I was in middle school. And me and my friends would, like, dig a hole in, like, in the dirt. Because we could sneak in the Beyblades, but we couldn't sneak in a whole ass arena. And we would play Beyblades in, like, the hole in the dirt that we dug. It was right on Beyblade Metal Fight. Yeah, see. That came way after the initial release of Beyblades here in the United States. He's dead! I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. That's what prompted me to study and study, so that I earned a doctorate as well. Iris's father, who went to some distant land, and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. You were likely plastic, Jen? It was the outside bodies were plastic, but the metal, the metal ring was like the weight ring was metal. Yeah. I was raised on Star Wars, so from that fact alone, I could be any generation's past boomers. A little bit, yeah. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. I remember. That's right. Visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yumai University. Clone Wars was peak. Which Clone Wars? Which Clone Wars, Balroth? There's two. There's two of them. Which one? Yeah, I kind of fell out of Beyblades after the original anime. I haven't really gone back. Both. Good answer. Good answer. The man who, in the most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life just before he left Japan. Both is good. Both are good. Mr. Sato? Yes. Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best. The micro series was great, but I love the full series. Oh, both were amazing for their own right. The micro series was there just to be a through line for for like after the Clone Wars into Revenge of the Sith, and the Clone Wars series just became its own thing and was really good and almost makes the prequel series worth it. I got the second Clone Wars in DVD. Ooh. Ah, my dear fellows, how good to see you. God, Mr. Schultz! Oh, why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? We did. Ha. Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? We've been with you for most of the day. Goodness, really? Do tell me, Mr. Solmes, is your violin unscathed? My violin? Whatever you're talking about, dear madam. Oh, never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows! Oh, another music disc? No, not another music disc, Mr. Sato. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over with as evidence, Mr. McGillicuddy's discs. Oh my. Then, what's it doing here? You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may as well have been adept at larceny. He stole it. He did a swip swap. Rebels are underrated. I didn't really watch Rebels. I can't spell his name, but the guy who made it does great work. Yeah, it was the guy who made Samurai Jack. Grakowski, I believe was his name. I can't remember his name. I used to remember, but I don't anymore. The later seasons of Rebels were gold. Yee. Oh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'd be your pickpocketing assistant. And Runo could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught. Right. Plus, Susie is such beautiful handwriting, she could write all our menacing crime notifications. Yeah, Susato! I'd be delighted. Yeah, that's right, it was Tartakovsky. That's right. I was gonna say Tartakovsky, but I was like, no, that sounds like somebody else. I was thinking of like an old musician, but that's not right. Yeah! God, Samurai Jack was good, even if the ending was kind of meh. I'm just gonna pretend this conversation never happened, I think. What are you doing with that music box, Dick? I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this. Caramel? That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Jones. Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your mind back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. I'll be taking that whatever it is, McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to copulate it. It's all yours, Inspector. Ah. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yes, yes you did, but I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into... Oh! He had two. How did he... When no one was... Okay, like this. That's amazing! And the discs and all the minuscule protrusions have been made image in this caramel. Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. You're also a candy man? I mean, you are a candy man. I mean, just looking at you. But I mean, like, the kind of candy man that makes candy. You know. Captain Frodo. Frodo! Micro Series Grievous was a menace. Micro Series Grievous is the reason why the rest of the time we see Grievous is he's just fucked up. Because we get to see him get fucked up by Mace Windu, and that never gets fixed. Which is just so funny. Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting, the result of precisely controlled solution. Frodo's great, but Rex is my boy. Rex is awesome. How extraordinary. Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves to be very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press in its unique form is duplicated. I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. Yes, that sounds illegal. From the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc that when played. What's the music on the disc? About the boarding, the tentative, for specifically for his fig. Ooh. The arc with him in season 6 is likely my favorite arc, along with the Umbra arc. Ah. Season 6 was the final season, wasn't it? It's been a while. Do tell us, then, Mr. Sholmes, what music does the disc play? Fuck Pong Krill. Yeah, he's great. Unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever. You are familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellow, are you? No, I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know, Runo? Yeah. Diagram. Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That is what produces the sound. Small protubents pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making the different noises. The first music boxes to be invented used a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it. That was season 7, right. Sokka vs. Maul was amazing. Yeah. But over time, a new type of player was produced which uses discs, such as these. With the development and popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe. Why exactly? Because the discs are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. These are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music even with when no performer is present. But it is the very success of the invention that means we have now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another. And we have no way of knowing which music box that particular disc was designed to play. There is no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. I see. So that's why. Naturally, I test the disc on those few music boxes I have at my disposal. but as you can hear, to no avail. The results were equally unsatisfactory as in this one. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music discs ever made in Europe. Every single one? That's early for you. Always taking things too far. But, my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant on my constitution. On a 200 clone kill streak I am. Oh no! But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes, that's certainly true, in the worst case. I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? There's not a change? No, we're not moving. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yeah, it's only been 2 months since that Greasley case. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. I still don't think he did it. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows. Still now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash, not a shred of evidence remained. And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Baby girl, there he is! Watching a man die. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence in the trial, and the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. Murder of the Brickmaster, Mr. Thrice Fried Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGilded was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. It appeared the case is not yet closed. It would seem so. I don't think Van Siegs did it or McGilded did it. Can you do a Liverpool accent? I don't even know what a Liverpool accent sounds like. I don't think that Van Siegs killed Mr. McGilded. I do kind of think that McGilded may have killed Thrice Fried. Or at least been involved in some manner. Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Liverpool is John Lennon? No. Ginny will be here before long. Thank you, Iris. Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do. I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with a pawnbroker. Yes, you may be right. Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Winnybake said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in the pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mysteries lies dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe. So you heard about that, did you? I expected you were incensed as incensed as I was. Oh, yes! The idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windybake's storeroom gathering dust? My dear madam, I am quite sure I have told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it, more secure than the bank's vault. And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure? Well, there may be the occasional mix-up, caused by a certain impetuous someone, not too far from me now. You have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Hurley? Oh, it sounds exciting. The Hounds of Baskervilles. I should love to read it. Ah! What's going on? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Susie? What did you just say? You said the Hound of the Baskervilles. But how could you know the full title? Well, that's because Mr. Sato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course. But Runo, the Hounds of the Baskervilles, has never been published. What? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said that he'd keep it safe until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. I love where this goes. Here we go. Can I do Mario and Luigi? I could do it terribly. So that's why the manuscript is at Mr. Windybank's. And yet, how could Susie here know its title? She snuck a peek. Well, Hurley, what's going on? Ah. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Gina! Miss Lestrade! Strahd. This was a bad idea. I knew I weren't welcome. I'm going. No, wait, Miss Lestrade! We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. We haven't we, Iris? Oh yes, just wait here, Ginny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please make yourself at home. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What do you say to some Mendelssohn? I won't take no for an answer. Meddlesome, is it, then? Welcome to the family, Gina. You've just been adopted. Cat! La criatura! Meow. This is the funniest potential me couple in Tomodachi Life. Uh-oh. Toe, Analog Horror, Wendy Goon, YouTuber who sometimes reacts to Analog Horror. That evening, Wagahay! Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholmes' violin performance was in no way meddlesome. And Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. That's horrifying. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. Ba 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 ba. And then the moon went down, and then the moon came out, and a wolf cried, "Oh!" It worked out. Everything was fine. Susato hasn't been discovered from the fact that she was definitely reading the prepared manuscripts by people and by her close friend and going up under her behind her back. That was an enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris's cooking is truly divine. I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now. Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face the next time we're in court. Naruhodo-san, could I consult with you about something, I wonder? What's the matter, Susato-san? It's about the telegram I received. Uh-oh. Ah. The one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose? I forgot about that. I've been summoned. No! What? Summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. What? Then we have to start preparing at once! Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone. Alone? Oh no. We're about to have our judicial assistant kidnapped, aren't we? What on earth for? I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel uneasy. Hello? Oh, who could that be, I wonder? It's a baby! Good evening, friends! Chisato summoning ritual at 3 a.m. Oh no. Iris, hello again. Oh, Gina. It's 2 babies! And Gina too. Yes, Ginny is going to stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Ginny? Well, yeah. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I have learned so much today. Oh, what in particular? Well, those things Ginny showed us. Wasn't it wonderful? You mean all the pickpocketing techniques. We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? I think I've awakened a natural talent. I could earn a living from it. You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. Ginny finally has an actual bed to sleep in. Yeah, we found her home. So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? Well, you see, I came to return this. I knew it. I knew somebody stole it. Wait, what? That's mine! Oh my, however did you... I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Oh yeah, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. So anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though. Ah, thank you. Alright then, good night. Yes, good night. So this is your office, is it? This is her first time up here? Huh. What do you think, Ginny? I think I wouldn't fancy me changes with a lawyer what lives in a place like this. Chances. Yes, me too! Hey, we've won cases. Seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yeah, I suppose she probably does. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. Alright, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh no, not at all, Iris. Not at all. I don't know what all this is about, really, but... it's a story you made up, is it, Iris? This mental script, or whatever you call it? It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Dad's diaries. Daddy's? That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Jenny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once, his partner. Eh? They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister? Apparently so. Not as surprised as you are, though. And Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. Dino Nuggies! Enjoy them. So I studied them and write my stories based on what actually happened. They were roommates! So, where's your old man now, then? He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land. And he'll be gone for a very long time. A very, very... We should tell her he's dead. So I've never really met him, and you're never gonna. I'm so sorry. Oh, right. Come to think of it. I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. And we won't, apparently. Iris, this Hound of Baskerville story. I take it that's another tale inspired by your father's accounts? Do you want to crush a baby's dreams? I'm just saying, you know, it might be better to let her know that we know that her dad is dead than wait until she finds out herself when we could have told her the whole time. Like, you know, the dramatics and stuff, but when it comes down to it, it's better to be like, hey, we know about your dad, and we're going to tell you about your dad, rather than she finds out and then goes, you knew the whole time, and then just gets mad at us. I believe in the being forward about shit. I think you need to investigate and click on Gina? I was thinking the same thing. Oh, so just because every other character has emotional trauma, she has to have it too? I'm not saying that I want to give her emotional trauma. I'm just saying that if she finds out later and finds out that we knew, it's going to cause a rift between us, and she's going to be mad, whereas she could have just been told ahead of time and not have to get mad at us for keeping the secret from her. She's a child genius. That's right. I thought it was fascinating. Naryusuke had a happy childhood. He's not like Phoenix, who got accused of stealing money when he was a little baby and was put on trial for it, and then almost got killed by his girlfriend, who was actually her sister that was pretending to be her, but then she took back over and then tried to poison Phoenix. But then he ate the bottle that had poison in it, but he was okay. Then he became a lawyer, and I mean, nobody's got a worse backstory than Professor Layton, but still, Phoenix is a little bit up there. Not much outside of some off-winded comments. Yeah, it's different somehow from the other cases. I mean, oh, how? I don't really know. It must be special in some way. Because after I'd written it and showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet. And it was the first time I'd ever seen him like that. It pains me to have to say this after you toiled over it for so long, Iris, but the story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances. I wonder if it's an unsolved case, technically. But why not? It's one of my best works. I'm not at liberty to say, not now. So please, do not ask me. All right then, I won't. Instead of putting it on the fridge, you put it in the bank because it seems to be important. What to hear about any MGS characters? Well, I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris. When the time is right. When your father comes home. And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windybank, isn't it? Yes. Hurley said that it had to be somewhere very safe. It really gets my goat, that does. He's treating you like a child. She is a child. It means that's what it is, keeping secrets like that. I'm sure Mr. Solms isn't trying to be mean. Eh? If he said that he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. Thoughts on Shrek 5 teaser? Haven't watched it, probably won't watch the movie. I didn't really watch any Shreks after Shrek 2. But if he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so too. You lot are too trusting for your own good. But you can't pull the wool over my eyes. Someone's just lying to Iris. I bet my life on it. What? Hurley's lying to me? Yeah, but he's not... She's not easy to lie to, apparently. Alright, where are you at, girl? Wait, I can look at everything again? I better look at the spade. Bruno, what are you doing? Look, I'm not gonna steal nothing, alright? It's all junk anyway. Charming. I suppose I should engage our guest's conversation, really. Oh, that's just one of those, don't look at this, look at, talk to the people. There she is! Your hat. Parents! I've realized that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. Ain't got any, have I? Never did have. I mean, you've had to have. Oh? Are you a clone baby? Were you born in a test tube? Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us. From the minute we're born. Not even our mums. Imagine she was dumped as a baby. Yeah, I figured. But I wanted to make the clone joke. I was conceived in the backseat of a Packard, and you were conceived in a test tube. Same thing. But we'll stick together. The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by. That's why you're a pickpocket? Nah, diving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. And that's how we all afford to eat. Like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Gina's good. She's a modern day 1900s Robin Hood. I don't think about it sometimes. What'd it be like to have parents? I mean, I always thought it'd make everything right. But having listened to what Iris just said, it sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. Oh! I mean, if you know you've never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them. It's true. I do want to see Daddy so much. She's being tsundere. Oh, Iris. You should tell her! This is like the whole fucking Apollo and Trucy situation all over again. Tell them their mom is alive. Just tell them. Tell them they're related. Gina, what did you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, he reckons he pulled up the manuscript or whatever, right? Well, come on. That's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my, where would you think that? Why would you think that? It's simple. If that story was really an old Windy Bank storeroom, there's no way someone would halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Ah. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. But Hurley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Ha! Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, the lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. It's not as bad. It's kind of as bad. I can assure you that Iris's mom is not alive. No, I understand that. I'm just saying, like, we should inform the children of their parents, is what I'm saying. I'm still just mad about the fact that Phoenix and Apollo and Trucy's mom, whose name is escaping me at the moment, is just not fucking telling them anything. I think she bled out during childbirth. Yeah, Iris said that her mom died in childbirth. I'm telling you, that mental script ain't in Windy Banks. You'd soon see if you had a look. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. That Sholmes is a liar like the rest of them. Gina, don't get mad at the child. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley is telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean that I think he sold it. I mean that sometimes I wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere, somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong for me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Edgeworth is their mom now. Yes, absolutely. But, you know, they should at least get to know that, yeah, Thalisla is at least alive and that they're fucking siblings. At least tell them that they're siblings. Like, they already have the brother-sister vibe to them before they knew that they were siblings. Let them know that they're siblings so that way they can really get that vibe and just go full whole hog on beating each other up as siblings do. Blame the switching of the writer and Capcom's stupid no spoiler rule. If you start on game 5 and get spoiled, that's your fault. Yeah. Oh my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Jenny. We should go back downstairs. Yeah, alright. And please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. And you must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night then. Iris. It sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult. Deep down, she's still just a kid. She's 10! She's a baby! Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night too. Naruto's on. Dr. H. Wilson, Iris's father, but also the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yuma University. It can't be a mere coincidence. That's something deeper going on. Every single game other than the crossover is stupid, easy, accessible, and constantly on sale. There's no excuse to not have played them earlier. I missed what was being said there because I was reading chat. Crossover isn't even canon. It's not. It should be, because that would be really funny. And, you know, the thought of Maya and Luke teaming up with each other is always a fun thought in my brain. Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's Mr. Schultz? It's still night. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received the distinct impression she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Usato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home, but I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. You'll indulge me. Look out the window, my dear fellow. Gina? What's this about? Gina? Wait a minute. Was there a light on at this time of night? Is she going after the manuscript? It's not very engaging yet. I'm still pretty early in the crossover, apparently. Yeah. What case are you on? That'll clear things up. Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery. Mr. Windybank's... Oh no! It's simple. If that store is really an old Windybank storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. Could Gina have gone? It seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry. Oh, no, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. I'm at the part where they first get to the library after meeting Phoenix and Maya in the bakery. Yeah, you're still way early, so you haven't even made it to like the first like trial portion of the game yet. at once. Mr. Sato! Everybody's awake. The door to Windy Banks, it's open. The lamp is burning. It must be Gina, mustn't it? Let's hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside. Did the dude come back too? There's no one here. Oh yes, there is. Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo! But after them! Go! Right! Blast! I lost them! Hello! Where are we? The alarm's just raised at the pawnbrokers, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? I've been hitting the button too fast. Ah! Cutscene. Cutscene? The policeman close behind me. I ran back to Windy Banks. Cutscene? Whoa! Is he dead?
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruhodo.
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door.
He's not bleeding.
In the storeroom.
Why isn't he bleeding?
Hurry!
And Gina's knocked out too. Oh.
Gina!
Fuck, we're gonna have to defend Gina, aren't we? She's gonna be accused of killing Windy Banks. I distinctly remember there being a lot of blood when I first played it. Maybe they got rid of the... But there was blood for the dead guy. She's so teeny. She's... yeah, she is. In both ways. I guess they just didn't want to put blood on Sholmes for some reason? I don't know. I was about to say, well, maybe they got rid of it in the re-release, but there's blood coming out of... Ah! Shit! Ah! I'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. What? Are we doing this again? After them! Go! Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry! What do you mean in both ways? Sholmes is going to fucking die. Yep, there's the gun in her hand. It's Gina! It's assumed that you would have stopped there? Ah. From that moment, Windy Banks pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn before I was allowed back into my lodging at 221B. So we gotta represent Gina, huh? There's a baby. Oh, Iris. Alright, Iris. Her bio dad is dead. Her dad has been shot. And her sister is going to be accused of killing a man. A telegram came, but all it said was wait at home. Oh, yes. We asked one of the policemen to have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Hurley and Ginny were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Runo? Poor Iris. She's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yeah. Yes, I'm afraid so. Talk to the baby! And her brother has to defend them. Yep. I'm I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windybank is dead. He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning. Oh, yes, I had a feeling. You did? Well, I saw all of those police carriages pulling up outside of his shop, so I knew something must have happened here. Yeah. When we entered Windybanks in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out of the street, and I chased after them, but they got away. So, it was one of them who shot old Mr. Windybank, I suppose? I don't know, but... Ah, fuck! I hit the button. I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. Oh, why not? They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina. Ginny? But why? Well, the thing is... No, Ginny wouldn't have done something like that. I know. None of us think she did it. Then why have they arrested her? I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do. Oh. I guess naturally this is the one that you would follow. My brother Clint. I don't understand why they arrested Ginny. It's not fair. What about the 2 thugs that were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they? No, I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead, Iris. This is all so horrible. The thing is, Mr. Windybank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all of his deposited articles. The storeroom door was locked from the inside. I see. But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. Oh no! And according to the detectives who investigated afterwards... Don't tell me. There was no one else. Yes, exactly. How'd you know? It's the only explanation. Yes, the only explanation indeed. What do you mean by that, Runo? Well... what can I say? I'm damned if I agree and damned if I don't. Because the canon angst isn't enough. Yeah, baby. So where's Hurley, then? Is he still there investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals. I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. Huh? He was taken to the hospital this morning. What? Well, when we entered Windybanks, a gun was fired, and he took a bullet. Hurley? Was shot? No. It's alright. His life isn't in danger. Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? He's at St. Sinners. Oh no. They're attending to him there. I must see him at once. I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed. No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see. To operate? Oh, poor Hurley. They gotta take the bullet out of him. It was the two thugs who were in Mr. Windybank's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. And my mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After them! Go! After that, I ran out into the street, but well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I let them get away. Iris is going to find and torture them. She's going to use them for all of her experiments. I think that's a very good thing. Sorry? Well, if you'd seen which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well, Runo. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. Oh, Iris. She's just a baby, Your Honor. Get the plague doctor. I think this is well after plague doctors if they're at operating surgery. There's a secret achievement in the trial. I can tell you how to do it if you want. When we get close to it, let me know. Where's Susie, Runo? She's still at the police station. Oh, why? I expect she's still being questioned. The police said that they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there then? Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. Mr. Sato stayed behind at the scene to attend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later. Ah, I see. Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early. You should have let me know, and I would have come to the station. The plague doctor is way later. I don't want to... What? Huh? Don't tell me. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment. But I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you, Bruno. I can't stand just sitting around and waiting. I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to a murder scene. I don't want to leave her alone here either. I mean, you know, it's no different than when Pearl was brought to multiple murder scenes with Phoenix. So, I mean, you know, tomato, tomato. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me. We use code names to refer to later characters to avoid spoiling, but now I know there's a future character that's going to be like a plague doctor, and now I'm sad that I know that. I'm kidding. Why do my Miis keep trying to get with people who are taken? I don't know. Oh, yes, I'd love to. Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. And don't forget that we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. Ah, I can see you're ready for action. Are we about to get the ability to see fingerprints? Because Sholmes had that thing from before, and she's the one who made it, so therefore we should be able to get to see fingerprints now? I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Bum, 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 bum. Shovel. That spade has been in here since we started renting the place. Oh no, that's not a spade, it's a shovel. Ah, you're a shoveler, are you? I had a feeling you'd pick me up on that. Oh no. A pick is something else entirely. I dug myself into a deeper hole. Alright, that's good. I miss Charlie. It's spring at last and the weather is warmer now, but I love the smell of the fire and the steam rising from the kettle. Oh, how about some tea, Runo? Thanks, Iris. But I'm alright for now. With the green tea Susato-san makes me from time to time and Iris's unique herbal infusions, this place is paradise for a true tea lover. If you're sure, you know I always have plenty whenever you're feeling thirsty. Cool. Siska keeps beefing with everyone now, and Meryl is distracted with Johnny. Wait, what? Ryunosuke confessed his love to the boiled one time. What? Oh, you're talking about the Miis. Oh, okay. So this is the tea set Mrs. Sato brought with her from Japan. Let's hope she hasn't noticed me slipping sugar and milk into my cup when she makes it. It's just so bitter. Susie loves green tea. Lovely green tea has had quite an impact on Hurley, you know. He stopped putting milk and sugar in his coffee, even. And Hurley is normally bitterly opposed to bitterness. I have to pee. Alright, I'm not gonna look at everything in here. Is there anything else that I should look at in here before I move on to the next plot? You can move on. Okay. New location. We're gonna go look at the blackboard and then we'll move on. Actually, I'll probably go to the bathroom really quick, but then we'll move on. This is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? Let's see. What's it say today? The Boscombe Valley mystery. I visited Boscombe Valley recently for a picnic, you see, and I forgot to bring the tea. So when Hurley became thirsty, he decided to drink from the Boscombe pool. He gave himself an awful tummy ache. Oh dear. Hurley sat there miserable as can be on the field of flowers after that. Just like when you saw him yesterday. That really is an unsavory tale. Okay. It'll be real for you. Stop swallowing in love with old man and unholy entities. Jesus. Alright, I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom break. I will be right back. Let me get you guys some... Well, no, I don't even need to get you guys for some music. We have music. So, I will be right back. And... Bye! I return. Ugh. Off to the hospital. Gotta love a hospital that's falling apart. Hurley! Oh. He's not here. Oh, that's strange. The nurse definitely said that he was in bed by the window, didn't she? Oh, I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby, and the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so they sent been sent home. I'm not sure about that. Maybe you're not. There's no question it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Holmes had suffered. Oh. Hello, hello? We're here? This ward is off limits, no visiting. So what are you doing here, eh? Well, I'll have you know, we're Hurley's next of kin. Eh? Oh, well, begging your pardon then, ma'am. Sir? Little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. The great mystery solver is a mysterious family, eh? If that's how you see us, sure. Glasses? What? Oh, Spampton cosplay. You got the nose? Don't forget his nose. Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley? I believe he's currently in the operating theater, ma'am. Undergoing an extensive operation. Extensive? And it has been several hours since he went in. Damn. Oh dear. Is he going to be alright? Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is. Oh. I've heard a report that the gentleman claims he may have a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Huh. Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet. Let's see. Thanks, Constable. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later. Oh, poor Hurley. That must be Mr. Sholmes' bed. Poor Hurley. I know, but it looks as stiff as a board, doesn't it? Oh, I don't think it will bother him. No? I have to find him asleep face down on the floor, completely dead to the world. I think I'd call the police if I discovered someone like that. Yeah, there's a notice board on the wall here. Look, let's see. What does it say? Thought of the day on seeing any vermin, calmly and discreetly inform matron. Oh, yes. They have rats and mice in hospitals like this. And they'd love to feast on all the medicine. If you don't deal with them, there's nothing left to treat the patients. Rats and mice. Oh, I see. This is a rather old building, I suppose. But doctors and nurses are all very good, I hear. I certainly hope so, for Mr. Sholmes' sake. This really is during that era of hospitals where keeping things clean really wasn't a major standpoint, was it? I wonder what these are. Do you have any idea, Iris? Oh, haven't you ever seen crutches before? Let me explain. They're for people with leg injuries, to help them walk. You hold one under your arm, you see? Ah, right. I thought they were weapons of some sort. Why would there be weapons in a hospital? I thought maybe a fighter had been injured in a battle contest and been brought here along with his weapons. That's surprisingly plausible. You know what? You kind of got a point. Oh. Okay. And she walks around using them like stilts. I don't have the prosthetics, but I have the wig, the clothes, and the face paint. Gotcha. We're off to see the prison, the wonderful prison of Tina. She's stuck inside a cell. Hey, kid. Hello, Gina. What? Why do you still have that? Oh, you still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made. I wish you wouldn't point it at me all the time, though. What are you here for? Jenny. I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we're here thinking we might be able to help you. Well, you can't. Sorry? Alright, get lost. Don't be like that, Jenny. I know you didn't do it. You'd never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't. You think you know me? Pull the other one. Oh. You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the streets. That's how I get by. And if I saw me chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week. Just to see what I could lay my hands on, get it? That's the kind of person I am. Sure, but are you the kind of person that would shoot someone? But, Jenny, I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some cove came by before and said he'd be a lawyer for me or the like. Said it was my right or something. I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. She couldn't be staring at me any more obviously if she tried. Why are you being like this, Jenny? Edgy's theme. I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away? You wanted me to sign some paper, representation papers or something like that. It's all gonna be rigged anyway, the whole trial. They'll pin it on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how they always been for me, growing up in the back slums my whole life. If you do what a grown-up tells you, it'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all. I've been sold out on, nearly snaffled on the back of it. Can't trust no one. That's the point. As soon as you do, they're gone to grass, dead. Gina, listen. If you'd like, in tomorrow's trial, I could. Forget it! Ginny. You don't trust Runo? Nah, I don't. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone. Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night at the pawnbrokers? There's nothing to tell. I figured it'd pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. That old bloke walked in on me. You know the rest. But why, Ginny? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious the place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two? Diving ain't easy, you know? It's a lot of work, and half the time you don't even get nothing. Is that really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Oh, give it a rest. What'd be the point anyway, eh? Nothing I could say would be make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Ginny. We'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me? Don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told her some unforgivable lies, I have. What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? Unforgivable lies. I'm gonna Edge the wrestler. You said, oh. What line did I say? I don't know who Edge is. I don't watch wrestling. What do you mean before, Gina? Then you said that you were the biggest liar of the lot. Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you've told are? Maybe you can help. Sorry. We're out of time. They're gonna be wanting to question me now. Ginny, please. Oh yeah. Cat! I want to give you this. Something to remember me by. Kitten! Photographic print of a really adorable cat? I found it in one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point in me having it. I wonder what a little photograph like that is that was doing in the pocket of the overcoat. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Ginny. Yay! Give me. I want to look at it. I want to look at it. Ah! Uh-huh. What? There was something on the back of it. Who would have thought? It's an adorable little cat. I think it looks like Wagahe. I always thought the cat, that cats like to curl up inside under the heated kotatsu blanket when it was snowed. Maybe British cats are different. Don't What's going on back here? 13th of February, 9 p.m. Date deposited. One small box. Article, let's see here. Cost 10 shillings. Pick it up on the 13th at 9 p.m. Okay. Oh, look at the back of the print here. There's something written on it. February 13th, 9 p.m. Article deposited. One small box. Loan amount 10 shillings. Redemption deadline 13th of April, 9 p.m. So this photographic print is a redemption ticket. 13th of February. Could be significant. It was just 2 days before the murder on the omnibus, wasn't it? Small box. It doesn't tell us much about it, does it? Bruno, if Mr. McGilded still had the ticket, then presumably he never redeemed the article. So do you think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop? Ah, yes! If there's something McGilded deposited, we need to go to investigate. It's been updated. Alright, Ginny, if you want to be like that... Wait. Here, Gina, look at this. No talk. I wasn't saying you could have it. Oh. Oh, weren't you? Well, then when someone says I can't have stuff, it makes me want it, see? So you better hand it over now. No, not giving it to you. Alright, so she doesn't care. Alright. We're gonna go to the crime scene now. Bye. Be back to represent you later. Whoa. Oh. This is where it happened then. Last night. That's right. The two thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place looking for valuables. But apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of a disturbance. Here's a little one. No, you're right about that, actually. In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals, all dressed in black. Oi! I heard that! And here's the ringleader. Oh, Inspector, good morning. I suppose I had to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Shame you let the two rogues get away in mind. Yes, I'm sorry about that. I thought you'd assign extra men to the beat around here, Mr. Gregsy. Now look what happened. Hurley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty. Ah! Your ladyship! No one told me you were coming. I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see that his very best medical care. Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital are tending to him as we speak. And I don't think it's Runo's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job. Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am. As you say. The gents in black are totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that. Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change. Oh, where are me manners? Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice, refreshing fruit juice? Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me, if you'd like some. Look. Ah, lovely. Ah, it's a very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. Don't even recognize him like this. Yep, she definitely owns him. Alright then, let's see what we can uncover. What do you think you're doing, Sunshine? You can't touch anything in here. Oh, but you're just hoping to investigate. This is a crime scene, for Pete's sake. No touching. What's the problem, Greg Z? Bruno's a lawyer, you know that. Oh, I'm ever so sorry, your ladyship. Ever so sorry. The rules and regulations are a thorn in my side. Of course, if Mr. Naruhodo was to have been properly appointed to by the accused, that'd be another matter. The accused. If you could show me some representation papers, I'd be only too happy to let you nose around. Shit. Did you hear that, Bruno? You need Jenny to sign some representation papers. Yeah, looks like presenting the detective here with the correct paperwork is the only way. Shit. Blackmailed by a 10-year-old. So, how's the investigation going, Inspector? Nothing to it, really. Very simple case, that is. Very simple, very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge the driver we arrested last night, in fact. Gina? You're going to charge her? That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow. Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me. Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid. Ah, I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you? What the? And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you? How could you? How? How could you possibly know that? I had a feeling, that's all. Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. Like the fact that we think her dad is dead. We'll never, ever reveal that to her. That's... shame Gina can't read or write. Basically what it is. I imagine that she has Viola's flute. What? Yeah, I remember you mentioning that she can't write, so... I mean, read or write, so she probably didn't realize what was on the back of the image. So you've arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes. They were rounded pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison. She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. You know, she probably could. We'll tell her eventually. I get the feeling. Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? Well, what's his condition? Sorry, not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential. Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Sinners. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know. I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy. No visiting at all. Oh. That's terrible policy. The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He lost a fair bit of blood. Oh no. It didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so, but a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down. Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know. Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They've got to stop that bleeding and get the bullet out of him. But he'll be alright, won't he? They'll be able to make him better. Of course, your ladyship. He'll be as right as rain before you know it. Really? How do you know? How do I know? Well, because, of course... yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective. That's why. We better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again. Oh dear. Please don't die, Hurley. I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operation theater. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. What? Out with it, Sunshine. Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. Watch the sauce, Sonny. I'm a cop, or we don't go in for favoritism. But he's right. You do treat us differently. It's because of those of Herlock Sholmes stories, that's why. Oh. I crop up in them, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson. They're gonna get Hurley hooked on whiskey and cocaine. You mean he's not already? Oh, well, yes, because, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's. What do you write about the inspector, Iris? I don't remember, really. Yeah, it was one of Sholmes' lines. Gregson is the smartest in Scotland Yard, and he's, is how he put it. Oh, did I write that? And you know what that, one line did to me, eh? The very next month, my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you! Oh, that's amazing. All because everyone at the Yard reads them. They all read Herlock Sholmes stories. They've even set up a fan club for me. Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time that you became such a toady to me. Can you blame me? All it takes is one bad word from you and Sholmes could change his tune about me. Gregson? No, the detective will say. He's getting quite overrated these days. I think that what that would do to my salary if that came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. Can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost worrying about it. But that would never happen, Gregsy. Every month when the new Rance magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves. He's on morphine. There you go. Lovely. So very much. Really hit the spot, your ladyship. Teetotal. Oh, yeah. There's something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, what is it? I've got an important message for you. Clean forgot about it until now. An important message? I wonder what it could be. Are you going to tell me what this important message is then, Mr. Inspector? It's about that young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant. Dear Susie, is she alright? She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe? Nope. Not anymore. She had to head off. Head off? Where? To Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her. Ah, yeah, of course. I had forgotten about that. One of the Whipscots took her there in a yard carriage after we finished questioning her. She asked us to tell you that she didn't have the fare to the return journey and to go meet her there. Yeah, she's got a nerve using Scotland Yard as a bloomin' messaging service. I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. Why did Susie have to go and see Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. Better head to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. Let's go pick her up and find out that she's got to go home. Yes, no matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. Do you think this place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at the suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe it thinks the same about you. So everything is clear with regards to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust? Yes, thank you very much. There they are, Susato's son and Lord Strongheart. I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious. Very good. There's nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland. Fucking called it. He pulled a Major Shepherd. Wait. What did he just say? Return to your homeland? Susato-san! Ah! Oh, Mr. Naruto. What was that all about? Ah, Mr. Naruto. Thank you for coming to collect your colleague. What's this all about? Why are you talking about Miss Susato return to her Susato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow? Tomorrow? But what about Jeannie's trial? You mean she's been formally charged now? Oh dear. The child is gonna stand with us in trial, isn't she? Just want to talk if you think Strongheart is evil. A little bit, but, you know, I haven't really seen him do much else at the moment. But, you know, he's got that vibe of, I'm gonna be a future villain sense. But that also just could be a red herring. Mr. Sato, what's this all about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm only going back to Japan. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here will continue just as it... That's not what I asked! What happened? Why are you leaving? Is Dad dead? It's my father. Fuck! He's fallen ill. Damn it! Fuck! I called it. I mean, he's not dead, but there's something wrong with him. Strongy is a good boy. I'll believe it when I see it. This is one of our bits. Balrog calls him evil, and I say he's a good boy. Oh no! Professor Mikotoba? He's turning into Major Shepard. Vibe yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yumai University. We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news. 10 days ago, Father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown. It seems he grows weaker day by day. I don't believe it. As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes about 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Miss Susato's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. I can't believe this is happening. We will bully you into playing the second game. Oh, I'm gonna play the second game. That's there's no need to bully. It's gonna happen. I'm absolutely playing it because, for one, I bought the Chronicles, which means I got both, so I have no excuse. And I want to play some Wilds. I want to continue to play Wild. I've been looking forward to that game for practically, like, almost half a year. I will absolutely play the second game. Don't worry. Unless this ending pisses me off to the point that I never want to touch this franchise again, which I highly doubt is going to happen, considering everything that happens in, you know, the Ace Attorney franchise, I will be playing the game. Don't worry. So Gina has been charged. She'll have to appear in court? Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago. The date of the trial has already been set for tomorrow. No, not even 24 hours later? That's how it goes. Gina. Ah, the Lestrade girl and the murderer of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes. In all too transparent his case, the pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No, the yard has overstretched, is overstretched as it is, without wasting time on these open and shut cases. It's not wasting time. Jenny could never do something like that. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart? Who is this child? In deference of your fine services to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. Probably gonna buy Wilds when it goes on sale or for my birthday in July. Ooh, I'll play it at some point because I absolutely love Rise. Wilds is so good. It's so much fun. Never gotten a Monster Hunter, but it looks interesting. Again, this one is definitely the most like accessible. Like Rise was beforehand, but now this one like feels really good. As a person who tried getting into World and just couldn't. So, yeah. But I have no recollection of admitting a child in my office. Leave now. Of course, Lord Stronghold. Criminals will tell the most palatable lies in order to evade justice. Police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. There are far more serious matters with which to contend. Serious matters? Did Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Oh, didn't. Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday. It's no concern of yours, though. I'm sure I need not remind you of that. The direct is in April, so I hope it comes out around then. I'm hoping to get the Switch 2. I'm absolutely going to get the Switch 2. But I think we're probably looking at more of like a late November sort of situation if, for the Switch. Probably like around holiday time. 3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me. There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart, which is... It's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her. A timely suggestion. I'm sorry? The girl currently has no representation. But that's not fair! Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she just still deserves a fair trial. Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork, and the defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she do that? We already know. A question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her at the local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. Silksong's news, perhaps? Well... I was hoping to get it for my birthday, or at least the money for it, so I can pre-order. Yeah. I get the feeling that the Direct is mostly going to be about Switch 2 stuff. I don't know if they'll be talking about any games. But we'll see. What a day. Gina charged with murder, Susato-san about to leave. Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Iris, we must make haste. But, Susie, you're leaving from for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Mr. Sato. That's a very pensive look. I think we ought to go visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go. I'm probably going to be broke after Comic-Con, so I'll most likely start saving up for it. Yeah, I gotta make sure I got the money for it, too. If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer. Should be able to get a job late this month. Nice! Gina, we're back! Wake up! Ah! Hello again, Gina. What are you lawyer for now? To have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our face yet again, obviously. I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition into that thing, don't I? Look! You can come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing for more to say to you. Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Eh? Farewell? Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I've had a pleasure meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie. Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe that you to be innocent, Gina. They've put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you. Was it my fault? Yes, so I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here, and now, I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith that they've invested in you. Eh? Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh? You told us that that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths. Damn, put her on the spot. What about what you said before, Jenny? Focus on your classes. Class! Even if you are homeschooling. Oh. Like homeschool? Oh no. You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. No, I can't. Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is this something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? Well, would not survive public school. Okay. The one in which Magnus McGilden was acquitted. I have never been to public school and I don't want to. I mean, fair, but also just the nightmares I've heard of some people who do homeschooling. It's just... the case with that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Will you tell us about it now? The truth! At least you weren't in Florida. Yeah, that one I'll give you. Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. Coppers had old me, and shoved me into the witness stand. And based on your testimony, Mr. McGilden was declared innocent. Yeah, well, thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. I knew it. What sort of things did you lie about? Being in the carriage, the fact that that there was a fifth person who was there, all sorts of shit, I'm sure. I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. Oh, never mind. It was pitch black in that little cubby hole. I couldn't see a thing. And then... Ooh! I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor. And that's when Mr. McGilden discovered you? Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to a dead man. There weren't much light to see by, but when I looked at him, me hands, I'd had the coves of blood all over him. I was so scared, I couldn't even speak. You had his blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight. And Mr. McGilded started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were, and why you were hiding under the seat. Yeah, he did. Only, that's not all. What do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threaten you how? He made me swear about what I'd seen and what I'd heard. And about, what we was gonna do after the Cove was found dead. He made me swear that I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scrap her before the cops showed up. And Mom does try to inject religion. Yeah, that's the part. That I wasn't gonna go into it, but that's the part about homeschooling that is usually the nightmare part, is that it's done by people of major religious belief that don't like the public school system for teaching what they teach. Like, that's the part. Much because I chose to study Egyptian history, and that does tie into some biblical things. Yeah. You seem well adjusted for someone who had to go through that type of, like, schooling. So, I'm happy that you're still studying the things that you want and, you know, getting to believe and do the things that you want to do. I'm happy for you. Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. Oh, fuck! I wasn't ready for 3. You said Mr. McGilded made you swear to not tell anybody what you saw. But you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, with Mr. McGilded still above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the Cove hitting the floor that I let out a scream. See? Couldn't help it. McGilded heard that and dragged me out by my arms. That's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer who'd been stabbed. A disc. All bright and shiny. Disc? Do you mean... Yeah, that's it. The one what they took off me at Windy Banks. So the music box disc, it was there on the floor of the omnibus? Not for long. McGilded spotted it straight away. Picked it up smartish and stuffed it inside his pocket. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the bog trotter told me. I want to mutter a word of it to no one. And he's dead now, so what can he do? Trust me, it could be way worse. I'm still a Christian, but I don't agree with the bigotry. Yeah, most of the church, and I can hold the rational conversation with people and who don't share my faith. See, that's what I mean. You're well-adjusted, and I'm happy for that. If it makes you feel any better, some school curriculums in the South try to rewrite the Civil War. Oh, no, I'm well aware of that. And all the books and all that shit. Thankfully, my school didn't. They didn't beat around the bush about everything that was happening at the time. 'Cause it was so dark under that seat in the cab. I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably, it was McGilded getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh. 'Cause I could definitely make out footsteps of 2 people. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilded and the victim, Mr. Thrice-Fried Mason. In his testimony during the trial, McGilded claimed that he slept during the carriage ride. Some textbooks outright deny slavery. Yep. It's so fucking sad. The country that we live in. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness. I always succumb to it. I didn't throw on my terrible Irish accent. Or frame it as them doing household chores. Yeah, they try to turn it into indentured servitude rather than forced. And your own testimony, Gina, supported this. But anyway, let's stop talking about that. Let's focus on this. Oh, could he? It was the Irishman snoring. Yeah, that weren't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Telling for public schools literally were banned from discussing anything. Yeah. Be gay, solve crime. Damn right. Be gay, do crime, and be gay, solve crime. Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. Still tells us something. Mr. McGilden and the victim knew each other. So McGilden was lying, as I suspected. How convenient that the guy is dead and we can't, you know, confront him about this. Man, I wish we had Maya. I knew it weren't gonna take long before someone raised the alarm that bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed it very quickly. So, when the cab came to a stop, McGilda told me he'd eyed me back out of the seat again. I climbed in and waited. The two co's from up top ran off to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right. And after they'd gone, McGilda asked the driver to do him a favor. Favor? Now then, fella. What I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit it to the nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, now you see, I'll give you 10 guineas. The nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. That was Winniebanks. Coachy snapped up the money and ran off to pop this coat as fast as he could. So then there was no one left in the carriage. McGilda opened the box under the seats and let me get out of there. But not without conditions. Thoughts on JoJo? Never watched it. I'm so deep into One Piece and all and a couple of other things that if I go into JoJo 2, I feel like I'll never come back out. I see. Got no problems with it. Not gonna say that. Just haven't watched it. What were McGilda's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean? Not telling a soul. Not for anything. About what I saw or what I heard. And there was something else as well. There's more? Yeah. This is the most important thing, he said. I'm starting to send the coachman on a little errand for me. With some small changes in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all? At all? You asked him to go pop your weasel, right? Aye. Then, the fiend's taking the overcoat to deposit at the pawnbroker hereabouts, and I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right. And I'll come fetch it from you later. Sometime within the next 2 months. But to hang onto it until then, is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it. All right then. And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you're to go to the pawn shop at Winniebanks, so it is, and you're to extend the loan before the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited, and the old fiend, and any old fiend could come along and buy it. Eh? But I ain't got that kind of brass. Here's £5. That should be enough. Do you understand each other, Miss Lass? Don't try anything funny now. If you go against me, yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'd be visited by the police, I have no doubt. Coppers? Aye. They've come asking you to take the stand in court to testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it that you might say, and what it is that you won't? Banana. There's a bot I need to ban. Watched the whole anime and read the manga all the way to the end of part 6. Pretty sure JoJo is technically longer than One Piece. I don't remember. It's just most of it isn't animated. I know One Piece is up there. It's not the longest manga series in the world or anything like that. Did I skip anything by accident when I was banning that bot? No. Okay. After he'd gone over it all, I piked it. Got as far away from there as I could. He hid the pawnbroker's ticket and some bushes near the scene. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So Gilded planned it. And coerced Gina into giving a false testimony. Part 8, not Part 6. Yeah. I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied. And in that big old courtroom, I told some corkers. Thing is, he said he would make it so we couldn't live on the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man. He knew everything what went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us, and if we was all just looking out for each other, getting by together. So you mean Gilded would have, in an heartbeat, he could have had the lot of us chased out of there if he wanted. Still mad that Netflix butchered Part 6? I mean, did they produce the anime? I thought they just got the license for it. And then, where could he have gone, eh? Nowhere. Oh, where could we have gone, eh? That's where. So, I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But, I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid. You can make amends by doing me a simple favor. Favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. Eh? If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork, or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. You what? Harley's having a big operation right now, Jeannie. Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes is gonna be alright, right? That's why we want to I want to investigate. For Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything. Right. So what you're saying is if I sign a bit of paper, everyone's happy. Is that it? Something like that. Mr. Sato? Yes, of course. I have the representation papers right here. I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer, no nothing. Yeah, well, fuck. Already gets a bad rep because most speed rate it to get to fan favorite part 7. I wanted to look like those cool buff man and realize masculinity wasn't just the stereotype. Tall, hairy, white dude. Yeah. And I'm gonna part 6 is one of the most important parts. It's been like 2.5 years. Poor Jenny. She seems so lonely. Our representation papers. Well, at least this should mean that we can investigate the scene of Windybanks now. Yes. And perhaps we can come back to visit Jenny when we're done here. There. Where? Everywhere. I feel like we finally cracked Gina. She opened up to us at least. And now I have her representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now, it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us from investigating Windybanks. Although something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. It's okay. We got the baby with us. She'll set him straight. To be continued? We haven't even made it to the trial yet, and we've had like 4 to be continues already. Cracked her egg. Sure. It's kind of like Skypiea in One Piece. Yeah. As it turns out, Skypiea was a really, really important arc for One Piece. Like, I'm one of the ones who's like kind of meh on Skypiea. Not because I don't think the story was good. NL was just such a nothing villain, in my opinion. And that just kind of took me out of it for him. Everything else I loved, except for the end when, everybody he killed came back to life because he's got, all the fucking power of a fucking lightning storm, and yet, nobody's dead. That's one of my biggest pet peeves with Oda's writing, is that he just doesn't like killing people sometimes. Here we are again at the crime scene. Or the scene of the crime. Now, to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hold on, I want to look at them first. I, the undersigned, agree to legal representation by the lawyer named hereunder in regard to the following incident. Defendant, Gina Lestrade. Wait, I thought you said she couldn't read or write. She clearly can write. Except when they're my favorites. Oh, well, I mean, if they're in the past, they're allowed to die. Except for recently, in a couple of more recent stuff. He has been killing people. What do you mean, Pagyu? Just has the will of P. And everybody else, all of the divine visionary and all them fucking motherfuckers that he killed that just happened to survive. Wasn't big on Skypiea either. Yeah, it's not a lot of people's favorite. I mean, I hate the Foxy arc, but that's more what the anime's fault. A certain specific brother. Yeah, Ace. No, I know who you're talking about. He's a donut now. An overcooked donut. They showed her how to sign it. Ah, they didn't say that. They should have. Murder, alleged offense, murder of Baker Street pawnbroker, trial date 17th of April, 10 a.m. Ryunosuke Naruhodo as the attorney. I hated Foxy. I hated the anime's Foxy. The manga Foxy is okay. Mostly because he doesn't overstay his welcome. The anime really shoved that out, and it sucked. It's your birthday. Happy almost birthday in about a month. Ugh. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? What is it now? You should go home and get some rest. Here you are, Gregsy. Here's the representation papers. Your ladyship! How? I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is. Ah, shit. God damn it. Hold on. So I can see that you've been very busy. Here, have some tea. Well, in fact, a coffee mug and a donut are topologically the same. Yeah. I watched the anime until I caught up on Egghead and have been sticking to the manga since. Yeah, I caught up on the anime until Dressrosa back in the day, and then I started reading from there, where I got caught up to. Ah, lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes. Yes. I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime, then? Do as you please. If you know where it happened through the door, behind the counter. Yeah, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windybank and Gina. Anime Dressrosa is unforgivable. I had to watch it at 2x speed. Yeah. Like, it's not as bad as I was led to believe, but that was because I was able to binge watch it for most of it. But yeah, it was pretty rough. Alright, well, I'll be getting back to business then. Will you be investigating in the storeroom as well, Inspector? If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. But there are so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the Yard needs to investigate urgently. Must be what Lord Stronghold meant by far more serious matters before. That's what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, Sunshine. Come on then, let's not waste any time. Bam, bam, bam. I'm gonna waste time. Ah, the lamp broke. Doc! There's an article leisure here in Mr. Windybank's notes, and what's this? Looks as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look on the back. There's something written. Is there? Oh, show us, Susie, show us. It's the same. It's the same day. No, the 15th. Okay, so this is the original ticket for the overcoat, but it's got a blood stain on it. February 15th, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited. 1 gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th April, 10:30 p.m. Gentleman's overcoat, on for £1. Clearly, this is a very fine coat. In fact, I think... Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. And is still wearing, which belonged to it belonged to McGilded. I would never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. Seems Mr. Windybank just used whatever piece of paper that happened to be at hand. But it's also the exact same as the other one. This photograph of the cat. Looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else. Oh yes, you're right! Very recently. It's the same as the one Ginny gave us earlier. Of course. I was forgetting that she gave us that print. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo? Get out! Alright, alright. Let the cogs turn. There's a slight difference in the fact that the cat is not looking directly at the other one. Everything else does seem to be the same, though. Heh, I've got it. These 2 photographs hide an amazing secret. A secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once! Heh, do you really want to know? Yes, we need you to tell us all that you know about this pair of photographs. I have to converse with her about it, I'm assuming? So, Iris, what about these photographic prints? The one we found here on Mr. Windybank's counter, and the one Gina gave us before. What is this amazing secret you mentioned? Hidden between the 2 identical prints. They're not identical. Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry. If you look carefully, the 2 prints aren't the same. Not exactly. They're not? Have another look at them now. Okay, the cat is looking in a slightly... Yeah, I already figured it out. Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other? I think so. It's very subtle, though. Yes, it is. But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the 2 prints? Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see. No, I don't. This pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Yeah, you see, I had a feeling that that's what they were going for when I first examined the first ticket. Because, let's pop back over to it really quick. If you take a look at it, it's kind of bent. So, like, if you looked at this in the stereoscopic 3D, it would have been like... It would have looked like a cat that was popping out at you. Like, I noticed that before, because it's just like, it's conical. I'm gonna have to get more water soon. And it's meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Ah, stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard about that word before recently? Oh, yes! That's what Mr. Sholmes showed us yesterday. You see? There it is. Just over there. Ah, yes, of course. That magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in a picture even without one of those contraptions. What? Really? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon. Bless her. Oh, this child. She's so excited. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene. I, for one, simply have to know. Here we go. Have you ever considered, Bruno, how our eyes see depth in the world around us? I just open them, and it works. But the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes? Shocking. If you try closing one eye at a time, you'll see. I think you'll see straight away. What do you see on your with your left eye, and what you see with your right eye are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye, and that's what allows us to gain depth perception. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly. In your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate the depth as it merges the two views into one. Ah, she's got the gun! And that's how we can sense depth in everything we see. Ha, my brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without me telling me. Ah, I think I see. So the pair of photographs consist of a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. Yeah, you're so quick. So, if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'll be able to see depth in these pictures. Yes, Bruno, you're beginning to understand. And a stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that. Yes, but as long as you have the two images, two eyes, and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all, as long as you know how to cross your eyes. I can? Really? Did they put this into the game just specifically so they can be like, hey, this used to be on the 3DS, but here's how you can still kind of see it if you really try? Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of stereoscope. Oh, yes, I'm dying to have a go. Susato-san really loves this thing. Kind of thing. You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you both do that? Cross my eyes? I think I can. Watch me. What? And see if you can copy. I got way more joy out of that just slow focusing of the two eyes moving in with each other than I thought I was gonna get. It's really funny. Just wait, it gets better. I can't wait for Susato to do it too. Here she goes! Alright, let me try. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? This game's good. This game's so stupid, I love it. Wonderful. Now it's your turn, Runo. The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time. Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed. Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try looking at the prints. Start by staring at one point and slowly crossing your eyes. I can't really cross my eyes very well, unfortunately. Came back just in time for the silly. Yeah, I can't really do it very well, unfortunately. You should see two overlapping images like this. Yay! Try it now, Runo. I'm gonna have to give it a try, I suppose. It will do it for me. Yeah, I know. Did the print split into two images for you? Now the next step is to put the pair of prints side by side like this, and then try crossing your eyes again. Prints should fully merge until they form a new single image in the center. I'm already dizzy, goddammit. Oh, yes! Mr. Naruhodo, it works! I can see in the middle now! That is incredible. It looks so real. Oh, I could look at it all day. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt. Your turn, Runo. That's good. That's really funny. It's so funny. You'll get so damn dizzy. Yeah, no, not to mention that, like he said, your eyes will literally start to hurt because you're pushing the muscles in a way they really weren't meant to do. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in the middle. Like this, is it? What a fun little lecture on stereoscopy. There, you managed it. So now you know how stereoscopic images work. Now, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. What do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Runo? Well, they're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack for viewing them properly. Oh, him. No, some people find it easier than others. But that's why contraptions like this exist, for people to because some people find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? Hey, look, it's still there. If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here. Are they film 3D movies? Are their cameras specially built to shoot in parallel, or do they just line up two of the same specs? Well, it's because you need like two slightly different angles to make it look 3D, but when it comes to... But that's just for stereoscopic 3D. Since, I mean, I don't know... I don't think it's stereoscopic that is used in 3D movies, but I do believe that they do use a special camera for that, that just is able to capture in 3D, essentially. But yeah, if I remember correctly, you have to press this little knob here, and it pops up. It's special film, yeah. Then set a pair of photographs in this stand at the back. It's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. Have I played Hollow Knight? No. I have plenty of friends who have, though. Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in a lot of households in the capital currently. Ah, fuck! Alright, well, just remember that's just a suggestion. It doesn't mean I have to, but I will look into possibly playing Hollow Knight in the future. You can find one of these in the capital currently, but if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. But it's so much more satisfying to be able... so much more satisfying to be able to see the effects with your own eyes. Well, I think so anyway. Huh? You don't want to pay money? I recommend Deltarune Chapter 1 and 2. It's not the money. It's just I'm not sure if I'll gel with the gameplay much. Stereoscopic pictures. I never even heard of them until yesterday. I certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I can actually need. I get the feeling it's going to. Fuck. The second white cat photograph has been added to the court record. That's a music box. Do you have them where you're from, Runo? Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan. Oh, well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound? Ow. It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you a fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gregsy to have a word. Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. This child is in charge of the police. These shelves are where the pawnbroker put articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy. Yes, and it's really strange scenery, isn't it? What? I mean, who would buy a horse statue, for example? Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junk, you know. Are you alright, Runo? Oh, it's just... I'm yawning a lot. Why? I might be getting hungry. Is there... Miscellaneous. Canonically loves buying trinkets. It looks like like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things, can't help wishing you owned them. Even that horse statue. That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever. The police are scouring every inch of the place by the look of it. Instructions from the yard are to examine every article in the shop and every ledger and book of accounts. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're stiffing through it all in shifts at least, but still. We'll be working through the night, that's for sure. Even then, we'll barely have scratched the surface. Crime and pawnbrokers. It must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every copper's worst nightmare, you know? A crime and a pawnbrokers. Well, at least he can't read my mind. The statue. Where's the oh, oh. Ah, look here. Huh. Is that the bullet that hit? It's a bullet hole. I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. That is a thick bullet. Holy shit. Alright, if that's the one that he was shot with, then yeah, no, that bullet definitely would pull it through and through. You go to Pellerin Mall. Silly little clown statues. And I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. Presumably, Mr. Windybank wasn't practicing with his revolver at the spare time. Ah, well. Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry. It's all there in Herlock, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, you know? Maybe that's the one that plowed through Sholmes? That's what I'm saying, yeah. Isn't that right, Iris? Ah, I did write something like that. Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It's quite dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it once. Forget that for now, Runo. Let's examine this bullet. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? A suspicious red stain on the calendar. Aha! I may be able to help with that. What? It's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Runo? I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. If you guys keep saying blood, I'm gonna lose the term. It's gonna just feel bad. Just remembered a great bit later in this case. Ah, there you have it. You see, when it comes to blood, we're all different types. Yes, what a scientific observation. So you need this! Oh no, what is the scary looking thing? Hurley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. Why did the blood turn green? Oh! The color of the blood stain has changed! Except not in the wide shot. There! Does it make sense now? Yes! I think I'm starting to understand. Good. It works on the principle of that different people have different types of blood, you see. Yes! How wonderful. So the color determines the type, what type of blood it is. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you're going to identify whose blood it is that you're looking at in a flash. Oh! What a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Jenny would say it was bleeding great. And whose blood are we looking at then? Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood a different color, so... just find someone whose blood turns the same color and you'll know who it belongs to. In a flash. It's more like 2 flashes, really, isn't it? 1 flash or 2. This could well turn out to be a very valuable clue. We must make a note of it in the court record. Blood sample. Sample blood analysis with a special chemical indicator developed by Mr. Sholmes. Different people's bloods turn different colors. Let's keep testing and adding results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have a Regents left, I'm sure. Alright. Donuts, everyone to test. The screen contraption that lets you see pictures of things that are right in front of your eyes. It makes you think. When Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that that any of this was about to happen. Yeah. I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. And here we are, though I'm not confident I can get it close again. Oh yes, it's a folding stereoscope. Really, this is a stereoscope. We just went over this. Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But for that he used the great big contraption over there. Oh well, that's for use of public houses and places like that. It's a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. This little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There is a special shop selling prints that you can use in them, and I have a little collection myself. I wonder if I could make money out of these in Japan. It would be keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. What? Bam, 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 bam. This officer has been staring intently at the wall since before we came in. Shh! Keep it down! Oh, sorry. A major clue just here. Really? Then we must tell Gregsy at once. As soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I haven't been home in 2 days already, and I need another constable to relieve me and take over my shift. I really have a rough time, the British police. That doesn't stop us investigating, though, does it? No, I suppose not. I'm fairly sure that was the calendar he was peering at. Oh, that was supposed to point me there if I didn't see the massive blood stain in the bullet. No, I needed to be told where to look. I think I inhaled some dust and I feel like I'm dying. Oh no! Behind that door is the storeroom, isn't it? That's what Gregsy said? Yes, and that's where I saw the dreadful scene last night. Though the little through the little window in the door. Just a guy slacking. Yep. But also was meant to direct you to the clue if you didn't notice it, I guess. Mr. Winnipick face down on the floor with Gina beside him. As the accused's legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. You must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course. We will. After I get me something to drink, because my throat is starting to seize up, and I need to fucking fix it. So, 1 second while I get some water. I'll just be right over here, chat. Don't go doing anything weird. No! Stop it! Don't blow anything up. Get back here. Grab a Hot Pocket? I don't have any. I do have a delivery at the door, so I'll be back one more time. Be right back. Put out those fires, damn it. I need this thing. Thank you, sir. We're good. My roommate grabbed the thing for me. I might order pizza here in a bit. It could be weirder if Barak was on screen. Too bad. Yes, of course we will. Behind that door. That's the real scene of the crime. Don't worry, if there are clues there, I'll find them. Oh, do we have to move? We have to move. Look at all this stuff. Poor Iris. She can't clammed up completely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windibick's life was taken in this very room only last night. Hey, Gregson. Ah! Wait, Inspector! What is it now, Sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away. You think Scotland Yard Inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defense lawyer, do you? Yes. Well... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before. Yeah, that's the thing. I love when he does that. I didn't know what to say to her. So you weren't running away from me. You were running away from a 10-year-old. I'm afraid this is a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector. Ahem. Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? Perfect tact, Inspector. Couldn't have done it better myself. You're a tribute to Scotland Yard, you sir. I don't think that went very well. Why? Because you're not good at this, clearly. Look, I'm a little in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine. I told you not to get under my feet. And we must investigate, do our investigation ourselves. Yes. I'd like to hear more about the socially inept inspector has to say. Oh, Hurley. And inquire about how Mr. Sholmes' operation is going. We're gonna look at the place first. Specifically, I want to look at that blood. Show me the blood. Police have marked the position of the body with the chalk line. Poor Mr. Windybank. He was a nice old man. Well, he was shot just once, through the heart. Damn. Most likely, if the fellow died instantly, he would have felt nothing. I'm not so sure. His body would have probably had some function left for a little bit. This must be his blood, then. Ah! I don't like to ask at such a rush of time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps... Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action. Blue. Okay. Not the same blood. So, now we know the color of the chemical turns when it reacts to Mr. Windybank's blood. Doesn't match our analysis of the bloodstain we found in the main shop. No, but let's add the sample to the others we've already collected anyway. Blood samples portfolio has been updated in the court record. I just had a thought. Inspector Gregson, could you give me your opinion about this, do you think? Damn it. We don't tend to share Sunshine, not with the general public. And in that case, Gregsy, how about some herbal tea? Ah, lovely. Thanks so very much. It really hit the spot, your ladyship. Mind sharing that then. Damn, I was really hoping that I'd be able to like present it to people and be like, hey, can we take an sample of your blood and just test it really quick? Okay, so unknown, which more than likely this is Sholmes' blood. We got blue for pop. I'm going to continue to examine really quick. Out of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. Ah! What is it? Iris? That's the box, a box file that my manuscript was being kept in. Oh! Iris's unpublished story, The Hounds of Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all... what's all this? Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. Must check inside the box. At once. Yes. Ah! It was there! Iris's story was there! Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believed Hurley when he said he deposited here, but still, it's a relief to actually see it. And this is the reason why Gina was here that night. Really? Because that's not a very well-hidden frown. Iris's manuscript has been entered into the court record. We can read it. Hey guys, do you have like 24 hours for me to read a book out loud? Everybody get ready. Here we go. Hounds of the Baskervilles. How did Susato-san know the exact title of this unpublished story? I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. Well, it better be before tomorrow. Perhaps. I'm so sorry. Aw, she signs it, and she also puts a little flower on it. Man, this is thick. Holy shit. Oh boy. We get a little bit of what's being said on the paper, but it doesn't look like we get anything else out of it just yet. Which is a little sad. Wait. Okay. The actual Hound of the Baskerville story isn't that long, I think. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that this is just because of the formatting size. Who knows? I'm sure it needs to go through an editor and everything like that, and, you know, cut out all the fluff. Look at these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them. I can't believe how many there are. Bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings. Look. Pieces of different people's lives, quietly gathering dust and here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor of the policeman shuffling around. Not much I can do about that, sunshine. Yeah. So this can be examined again. There's the gun. Okay, so that just covered practically the entirety of the... Okay. Gotcha. Iris? Don't worry, I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. This is the revolver, a real one! And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windybank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Runo look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh. And I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windybank with this yesterday, didn't we? Oh, please. No, not again. God damn it. Revolver Ocelot. I shall have to take my own life. It must be the same gun. Last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door of the storeroom here. It's the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Mr. Windybank told us that he only ever had a single bullet loaded in the revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired. So, we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from that revolver. Ba-do-ba-do-ba. I investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Fair warning, there are mentions of suicide in almost every case in the next game. Fuck. Psha! You've got eyes, haven't you? Use them! This is what it looks like. Nothing more, nothing less. Uh-huh. Iris, could you lend me a hand? So, Gregsy, what do you make of the crime scene here? Oh, yeah, yes, your ladyship. Do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, at shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock, 1 in the morning, or 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door to the storeroom was found locked from the inside. So it was locked from the inside. The lock appears to be broken now, though, so was that the police's doing? Quite right, ma'am. Quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible. Oh. As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thuswise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child. You're talking about Ginny. She's my friend, you know, Inspector. Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. I'm afraid to say, she had the gun that was used in her hand. No! Mainly the second and fourth cases, though. Got it. A very lighthearted family game about murders. Presumably, it's the gun that's still down there on the floor. In her pocket, we found a key to the door as well. What? The key to the storeroom? And you say the storeroom has been locked from the inside, Inspector? Correct. All of which leaves her ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding. Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Gregsy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he? Well, the thing is, don't mince your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is... No. The operation is done and dusted. It's just that, well... Out with it! Yes, ma'am! They use something called the general anesthetic, and is the last thing. It renders the whole body insensitive. Whole body. Anesthetized? Is that even possible? It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep. Goodness. In the Empire of Japan, we just managed to provide laughing gas for tooth extraction. Yeah, the trouble is the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, or so I hear. And now the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently. Oh my. No one knows if it's the anesthetic that's still in his system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all that we can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again. Hurley. The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear that I shall get word to you. No surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. Alright. Inspector, what do you make of this? Ah, what do we have here then? Redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of the office stationery and wrote up the ticket on whatever paper was at hand. Yes, it's the ticket for McGilbert's overcoat. The one that the little diver turned up with yesterday. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do you? No, I didn't mean to. Renault's right, Gregsy. It isn't the same ticket. Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. Never doubted you, your ladyship. So, what's it about then, if I might be so bold as to ask? This is a second ticket. Second one? seems Mr. McGilded, in fact, had another article in storage here at Windy Banks. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. Yep. This ticket is in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilded's coat. Yeah, you mean to tell me? Yeah, there was more than just a music box disc in it, it seems. I should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly. Well, according to the details on the ticket, Mr. McGilded deposited another article here with Mr. Windybank. Yes, I see it's written here. A small box, was it? Do you have any idea where it is, Gregsy? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilded and could be a very important clue. Well, yes. I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes all full of hope and expectations. It's too much pressure. I'll lose my marbles, I will. I'll go barking. This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector. That's enough sauce from you, Sunshine. There's one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline already passed, hasn't it? I was hoping to see it out on the shelf, but yeah. Oh yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here then. That's right. It's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop where the forfeit items are offered for sale. Yes, the shelves in the front. We must search them at once. You're wasting your time. Oh? There are dozens of little boxes out there, hundreds even. We can't possibly know which one might have been McGilded's. That information's not written on the ledger. Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case. Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. This is getting old. Alright. Back out into the storeroom. Or the main shop. Yes, this is where all the items that have been forfeited by their original owners are offered for sale. That's right. They've all got little price labels on them, but there's so many. I wonder if the small box this ticket was for is still on the shelf somewhere. Box that McGilded deposited here just over 2 months ago. Even if it were, finding it promises to be very troublesome indeed. There's so many boxes. It could be any one of them. Mr. Sholmes said that the pawnbroker was the safest place to store anything. More secure than a bank's vault. So perhaps this small box of from McGilded's contains something of great value. Well, if that's the case, he probably kept it locked. So then we need to find every box with a lock and break them all open. Yeah! Ow. This sort of misconduct will get you arrested. I won't let that happen. This takes me back. It's been some time since Susato last threw me. She's leaving, and now he's thinking about that. I feel like it's this box, but I could be wrong. What do they want me to do exactly? One small box. Like, do they want me looking for it? I think you need to show everything you have to Gregson. Oh. showed that. Gina's reputation we showed. Inspector Gretzky, could you have your opinion for this? No share sunshine, blah blah blah. Here's tea. Drew the drinking. Seen a few people get stuck here. Yeah, I feel the stuckness. I already shared the blood bag thing with him. Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest? Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles. A most fascinating. My bad. Title, Your Ladyship. Fascinating. And, I don't suppose... Would there be any mention of my humble self in the tale this time? Good question. I can't really remember. I see. Well, why would you, Your Ladyship? I'll just wait for its publication with eager anticipation. You needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable. Looking to get arrested, Sunshine? Didn't mean it like that. Even if I did, you wouldn't have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? Okay. I mean, I think I already presented this to him. Yep. It's actually faster just to fucking mash. Like, I put it on auto to see if it would go faster, but it did not. That's fucking everything. Loud-ass mouse? No, loud-ass spacebar. I have a mechanical spacebar. Or a mechanical keyboard. I like it a clacky. What did I miss? Hold up a second before you tell me anything. I'll let you know if I really, really, really need it. Good on all that. Could try going to Gina. I don't know. Don't know why we should. That's so dumb. What would make us want to go back to Gina? There's nothing there that says, hey, go check with Gina. But not that she's here. I believe she must be in questioning at the moment. Oh, but wait a minute. What is it, Iris? Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Gina could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped. Oh my. Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse. Calm down, Runo. I was only joking, of course. Oh. You had me worried there. I thought it was a great deduction. Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You were so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight of your words, Carrie? Oh dear, I'm sorry. I suppose a lighthearted, great detective is a contradiction in terms. Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have just thrown his head back and guffawed. I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruto. Well, anyway, it looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. We should try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime. Yes. Come along, then, Runo. Come along, Susie. Well, that gave us nothing. Let's go check the hospital. see if we can see him dead in his bed. Nope. So it has to be something at... Okay, hold on. I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. So that means that we've checked everything. Donkey. You inspect all of the evidence fully? I thought I did. Nothing. I mean, the only thing that we got that's really new outside of the blood is this. And there isn't anything on it that is popping out outside of the name. Must be something in the storeroom then. But I've inspected everything that's here. I've presented him with everything I've got. Alright, go ahead. Go ahead, give me a clue on where I need to go next. Just a clue. Show everything one by one. I did! I just did! You watched me do it! I mean, literally the only thing I didn't show him was the armband, because I know it's not going to pull anything. It'll just be for the bit. I think... Which one did I skip? I showed him this. I showed him this. I showed him this. Do I have to show him this again? Inspector, what do you think of this? What do we have here? Is the article, the deposit here, the redemption ticket. It looks like the one who's stationary. It's the same thing. This is the exact same thing. And the talk option is all filled in. There's nothing new. The second that showing him the redemption ticket popped up the second thing to say, hey, we should check the we should check out in the main store area, but nothing came of it when we re-examined the shelves. Might have just showed you the Cyrus. It's just a boring old thing, really, but... Oh, I don't really like boring things. And it looks like Japanese modesty is easily misinterpreted as by young Western children. I mean, who does like boring things? No one wants to be shown something boring. Come to think of it, you're always introducing things with, this is boring, but... It's a bad habit. You should stop it. I'll be sure to let the entire population of the Empire of Japan know on my return. Oh, my manuscript. Mr. Sohm said that he deposited in Windybanks, and he had. But it's so strange. What is it about this particular story? I worked so hard on it. Why would Hurley say I couldn't publish it? I'm afraid I have no idea. All you can do is wait until he's ready to tell you, I suppose. Oh, maybe it's because Hurley isn't in it enough. Maybe I didn't give him enough good lines. Yes, maybe. I wish I could say that definitely isn't the reason, but I can't. Try re-examining where the body was. I did the second examination. Oh, whoop, wrong one. Yeah, I did it again. I mean, I'm not against you, like, just telling me what the thing I need to do next is. If you got the guide up, just go ahead. Just straight up tell me what I need to do next. Because it's definitely not clear. Wait. The ledger! That ledger that's open in the counter really is enormous, isn't it? It must have been a lot of work to keep track of all these things. It's too much to think about it. Better sell it all and have a clear head, if you ask me. But clearly Mr. Windybank was very careful when it came to the articles in his care. Damn it! Fine. The guide says to examine the victim's traces. It will update the portfolio. So I did the examination. Proprietor of the Burn Baker regularly sold. He was shot by an unknown assailant. Okay. Well, that's been updated. I don't know what the traces are. I mean, I believe that the traces are this. It's just the him where he was. Iris, don't worry, I'm all right. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. So yeah, that's no different. Can I present people? No. Can we do the blood portfolio? I can't examine it at all. It, like, just trades it, and that's it. Oh, right. Hey, I forgot about the blood stain on the back of this. Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. Oh, I've noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yes. It looks like blood, doesn't it? I wonder if Susato-san had picked up on that. Well, in that case, yes. We need Iris. We should show this to her before we forget. There we go. Now it's been updated. Okay. Gonna start yapping about Van Zeeks if we don't get progress. Well, how fortunate that I just found progress. Oh, that looks like blood. I would say it's from a gloved finger. It's certainly a glove made of leather. Well, don't worry, Runo. You can leave the rest to me. Ah! But fuck. There's 3 different types of blood. Oh, fuck me. You were meant to do this earlier, but it lets you go to the storeroom first. Yeah. Yes, that's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it? Simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Wouldn't it? Well, this particular stain of blood... Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? I might have an idea. I don't know if I'm gonna get dinged for it, so I'm just gonna do a quick save really fast. Logically, there's one person that it could be. Yep. Well, technically, logically, there's 2 people it could be, but one person in particular that I have an idea of. I think I do. Yeah, I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction. That's right. I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well? You first, Runo. Who do you think it belongs to? Alright, I believe the blood belongs to... Oh! None of these people who I thought it was. Oh, fuck. I mean, it could be McGilded, but then it would probably be Thrice Fried? This is not anybody who I thought it was. Thrice Fried Mason. You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there. Well, it's 2 months ago now in that case. And of course, I'd never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely Thrice Fried, though. The victim? Of the omnibus case? Fired, not fried? Have I been reading that wrong this entire time? Huh. Yes, his name was indeed... No, it's Thrice. Oh, Thrice Fired. My bad. Mr. Thrice Fired Mason. Oops. Oh well. I like Fried. Fried's better. But that would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Gina brought the ticket here to Windybanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at the time. So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night. You don't fry bricks. I mean, you could. It wouldn't go well, but you could. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? Yep, there it is on the thumb. I wasn't about to be to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. And it certainly does look like a leather glove thumbprint. This mark. But we know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time, anywhere on his body. From which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes! Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Runo. Very well, let's make a note of this. Details of the pawnbroker's ticket have been updated. Bloodstain analysis has been updated. Oh, fuck! Dong, dong. All of the clocks are going off. Ah! Nearly jumped out of my skin there. How could Mr. Windybank set such a wicked trap? I doubt he set out to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh? Our trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you'll be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Don't you remember, Runo? You told her that she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did. Love the spacing. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. See? Okay. Fried potatoes. You can fry way more than just potatoes. I'm thinking about chicken. Hey, Gina. Ah, good. You're back. Ah! Roasted potatoes are good, too. The police must have finished questioning her, then. Oh, how is it, Gina? How was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Eh? Oh. Didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate Windybanks. Oh. Right. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying that I did it. That's not... Gina, we came to ask you for your final decision. Eh? What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right, I see. She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. Oh, all right then, blimey. Give it a rest with them eyes, Iris. Yeah, so come on then. Fill us in. Who done it? Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo, and all of us, know that you're innocent in this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we've managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know why you broke into Windybanks that night. It looks like I'm going to have to take some evidence to clearly reveal the reason. And thrust it in Gina's face. Or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. I mean, you know, if you feel like it. What if we didn't do that, you know? Need a concerning amount of fries for my tiny frame. We already have the representation papers and other documents we need. All we have to do is hand them to the court's clerk. That is, if you'll allow me to represent you in court tomorrow. Nah, don't bother. Ginny, rip them up and chuck them, would you? Them representation papers or whatever they're called. This cell ain't fancy enough to have a bin. So, what will you do in court tomorrow? I'll do fine on my own. I don't think you will be. Look, it don't matter. What's gonna happen is gonna happen. This is one stubborn pickpocket. We found this in Mr. Winnebake's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. Ah! Oh, right. Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom in Winnebake's Winnebake's showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like. The one exception: the box file that housed the manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of Baskerville was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Ah! Why don't you tell us what happened, please? There it is. Alright, yeah, this Baskerville story. That's the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet, so I figured it's got to be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? So you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No, Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I weren't gonna sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the manuscript, or whatever you call it, really was there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place. For Iris's sake. Is that right? Ah. We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. I'm so used to calling her Ginny because the only one who ever addresses her directly the most is Iris. Of course we did. But I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. When I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you said the night before. Flashback for the 45th time. Yada yada, grown-ups are the worst. You probably sold it, yeah. I'll tell you, manuscript in Winniebanks is gone. It's not there, blah, blah, blah. If I'm honest, I wonder if I used it sometime in Zero J. They might have hidden it somewhere, I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Yay. Oh, Ginny. That was so sweet of you. Alright, alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. I know it's probably a little sudden. And we're gonna see how things go, but I may be stopping just before we go to court. Mostly because my throat is seizing up. And I'm a little bit hungry, but we'll see. We'll find out. It weren't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. This ends soon. Yeah. No, I did. I'm trying to gauge like where my throat is at because it is already like starting to feel a little bit meh. But even if I do Wilds tomorrow, I will definitely pick this up the next day because I've got all week. So there's no need to worry about actual timelines. I just wanted to know the truth is all. Continue on Wednesday. Yeah. If I don't just continue tomorrow. We'll see. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest. If he really deposited the manuscript at Windybanks? It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. Garoth and I have Shepherd tomorrow anyway. Okay. Iris's lot ain't like mine. She's got her dad, only she can't see him, and she'll never get to see him. I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me anyway. Last night when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy? You mean they're not the adventures of the great detective, so much as the adventures of the great detective and his trusty partner? That's how I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful and so kind, Jenny. Yeah, he might finish the final case and we'll be crying. Yes, and we never thought that differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will you? I hate all this chummy nonsense, do you hear? I hate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how it works. Because if you don't trust no one will let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, scamper. I didn't notice until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both the sleeves, the overcoat, are some suspicious red stains. I thought there was going to be a moment of him going like, oh man, you know, she's so desperate to kick us out, but she really no, we're focusing on the blood stains. Okay. Why are you looking at me like that? I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. Alright, okay, alright, okay. Oh. Those stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? Blood, Mr. Naruhodo! You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So, could it be that the blood that spattered from Mr. Windybank when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Eh? Take it easy, Iris. Uh-oh. Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot. If the cops were around. Yep. Wow. That is a lot of blood. That is so much blood. Oh. If nothing else, that will happen, and that will be revealed, and this will happen. This special person, they'll be crying. Oh my! What the? Forget the sleeves! The whole coat is covered in blood! I appreciate where we're centering on, because I would be really mad if it was any higher. Of course! The black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now. That motherfucker was covered in the blood of the victim. Holy shit. The blood has reacted to the chemical turned purple color, which matches one of the samples we already collected perfectly. Because of how I played the third case, I was never sure if McGilded actually did it. Yeah, but then, like, the whole way that the case is presented and happens, it's like, it's clear that he was making changes to make it seem like he couldn't have been the person who did it. Like, just like the moving of stuff and all that. So yeah, it felt like it could have been him, and we were definitely defending the killer, and it turns out we were. Yes, now let's see, who had purple blood? Ah, yes, the brickmaster, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. And the truth about who really murdered the brickmaster, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half stories! Inosuke, Papyrus, Daisuke, and my firstborn me child are all playing Mario Kart. Aww. Never saw what my mates were playing. I never had Tomodachi, so. But I did watch somebody play it, and it's always funny. Is this a conversation? It is. Okay, good. I was like, am I gonna have to present? We can see now that the victim's blood is all over McGilded's overcoat. In the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. Now, if I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? Wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out and gave the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from McGilded trying to pull the victim from off of his feet, or to his feet. No. If it was this is what would happen. What really happened, the blood would have splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is it's splattered over McGilded's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. Just threw out a random game. Oh, okay. Tamper with, because I didn't know you could look inside it first. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. So, like, when you had originally played Case 2, you didn't examine inside of the actual coach. Or carriage, or whatever it's called. I've tried to run from the truth for long enough. But there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. The question is why? Could he just not pay, so he killed him? I feel like you could, if you're fleecing people for money and interest, you could just keep jacking it up or use that as leverage to get them to do something else. Unless he decided he didn't want that. But we'll see. Horrible case is solved at last. And I helped the man walk free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. Could I have let that happen? Uno, did you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGilded was innocent? I believed. Or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? The boyfriend. Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our client. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief. Only when we truly believe what our client tells us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. Case 3, don't forget Kazuma. So I believe you, unwaveringly. What's funny, Gina? Oh, sounds like this Empire of Japan you came from must be soft. Ah, come on. Look at the mess that you got into believing in that bog trotter. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. Well, at least you've learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people is never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let down your guard, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe in no one. Get hurt by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away. Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants and all now. Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago who led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me that you can believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. I trust her! Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. You have baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously? Mr. Naruhodo? Naruhodo? Didn't you hear all what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just trip off my tongue. I'm a driver, don't forget. A diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you in all sorts of trouble. So, why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina, I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you that there is more to this life than you yet realize. Well, what do you mean? The world we live in is full of people who would, people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. I don't know, I think we've been pretty well versed in courtrooms by now. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? Yeah, she's crying. She's so happy and sad. And it's decided. I'll take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. And it would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You Eastern lot are... I don't know what you are. I don't get you. Yay. Gina's taking herself off the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. Yeah, it turned out alright in the end, I think. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. I thought we were done. Mr. Sato, somebody is there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What? Blimey, it's sharp, eh? Hey, Inspector. Suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts. Like the art of stealth I've heard so much about. Oh boy. We have one more scene. Yeah. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Gregsy? Oh dear me, I'm most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening to our conversation? Good grief, listening in? No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, not a moment earlier. That is all. Nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye, and bye. That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute. Oh, I see. That's a shame. If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish, Lord Strongheart will, well... Emergency? Lord Strongheart? Nothing. Forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off! Alright, Gregsy, if you have to. But let's chat soon. Delighted, charmed, can't wait, if you please, my pleasure. That's a lot of pleasantries. And not one of them sounded sincere. Yeah, that motherfucker heard everything. Gracie's so funny. He's such a silly thing. It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what the emergency is at the Supreme Court. I must attend the court clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later. And so our investigation came to an end. Sato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing at me away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san would be leaving Britain, making her way back to Japan. Yeah. Oh. Naruhodo-san. It's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Mr. Sato? Today has been more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested. All in the back of the news that her father has fallen ill, and that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Time for tears! Everybody say goodbye to Susato. Wave! Bye! Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm. And yet, I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. Oh, one final task? What's that? That's a lot of things for just one final task. Be back soon! It's just 2 months since we arrived in London, but we've managed to establish this office, and it was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I'd be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Susato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something. And what would that be? It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets? And like a jewel, the light plays off of them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. We only see a small number of the total facets, and what is illuminated is only a part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on for as long as we live. That's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blinded so much. But I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear. And all the facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san. I suppose that what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think it's just been 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry, I've what? Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant. She's so impressed. Do you know what time you will leave London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 a.m. That's really early in the morning. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Where did she look when she said that? Remember she's young. Remember she's a child. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. And even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. She's giving us the book! I want you to have this. What is that? Some huge bundle of documents? It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. Oh, never mind. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. The McGilden case. It seems to me that this case, Mr. Windybank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case. In ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. Everything else she had to think about. Susato-san still managed to do this, all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I'll do my best to use it as wisely. Can I look at it? Hold on. I'm gonna look at it. Oh, it's not in my case file. Okay, never mind. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I have been a complete failure. Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I'm just mumbling to myself. There it goes. Why do you think you're a complete failure? What are you talking about, Susato? Well, it's getting rather late. Hold on. Hold that thought. Just you hold that thought there. Don't you go nowhere. I want to stare at this book. All right. Case summary: victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus the day after a stab wound to the abdomen. What the fuck did I just read? Oh, of the day after a stab wound to the abdomen. Victim, Mason Milverton. I don't think we ever got his last name. Nice to have it. Brickmaster. East End of London. No, her last name's Lestrade. For a second there, I was like, wait, was that her dad? Was that Gina's dad? It's like, East End of London, same place. But yeah. Defendant, Magnus McDungus. Prosecution attorney, Lord Barrick Von Seeks. There you go. There's your Von Seeks mention for the stream. Defense attorney is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise 4th witness testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. I did say McDungus because it always happens. It's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Susato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, there's something I need to say. Yeah! One last flip for the road, I guess. What was that? A secret technique of mine. The Susato shutdown. Shutdown. This is hurting my brain. In more ways than one. Please. I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Aww. Aww. And here we laid for the rest of the night. Susato-san. No. It's so cute. Truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. I forced myself to close my eyes. And as the cacophony of scenes of our lives, were here in London played through my mind. Eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. Nice fade out. Son of a bitch! Small hours. St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. Yes, I quite understand. There's a great weight off my mind. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. Yep, my dear madam. Yeah, not surprised. So, whatever Kazuma was here for actually kind of had to do probably with something that Sholmes was also looking into. At least that's the feeling that I get. But anyway, yeah, we're going to go ahead and stop there because I'm hungry. My throat hurts. And that's pretty much the long and short of it. It's just that my throat is killing me right now. And I don't think I can do another 4-ish hours of reading without completely losing my ability to speak. So we're going to hold off. And we will save this to continue on Wednesday. And I'm going to do Wilds tomorrow. I'm probably going to be playing after stream. So who knows? By the time I do Wilds again, I'll probably be done with the story. We'll see. But yeah, thank you very much for everybody who came out today. We are going to go ahead and get who's watching over here on Twitch over to somebody else. Let's see who's streaming. Who's live? Who's doing stuff? Who's and not particularly. Yeah. No. He's definitely somewhere. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and raid Natria because she's the only one not playing Wilds right now. Everybody else is. So we're gonna get you guys on over to her over here on the Twitch side. Super appreciate everybody who came out. Like I said, we'll be back with Wilds tomorrow. I hope you all have a good old time. Now get out of my ship. Goodbye!